uh, money and keep warm if it's cold where you are, and keep cool if it's warm. I think we'll give some more few minutes for more participants to join the meeting. I hope that's all right, so that we can start from where we left yesterday.
Hi, Mary. Can I ask a question? I'm so sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I left the meeting yesterday. I was wondering if I could get the recordings from yesterday's meeting, because I had to leave for work around 11.
All right. I think we'll approach the admin to assist you as the recording will be available, so that we can find a way to share it with you today from yesterday, right? Yeah, yesterday and today recordings, so that you are able to follow the steps. And feel free to email me should you need assistance to go through should you have any problem. But for now, let's wait for the admin so that they get you the recordings.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And sorry, I have to add this. These modules are quite independent. So what you're going to learn today, even if you didn't follow what we did yesterday, you'll still be able to go through it together with us. So you may want to follow along yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Only Isaac, I hope you are fine from where you are joining from.
Yes, I'm fine, Mary. Hope
All
you're
right,
good
sure.
also.
Yeah, I am.
Just curious about this README something. What's it? Is it a feature we can use, or something about AI making summary of the meetings? Is that from
Yes.
the organ? Is it from a person, or it's a chat box or something?
I can't really tell, but I think the admin set it up so that we can have a summary of what happened in the meeting, but we also have a recording that will be shared with the participant. So.
Okay, so do we have to kind of do some settings from our end to get it directly, or you guys will have the summary and share with us?
I think it will be shared with all of you.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. See that Shah is on the call. Good morning, Shah. How are you?
I'm fine, Maria, and you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm very happy that you're here. Morning, Toby, and welcome. How are you today?
I'm pretty good, thank you. I got very, very wet taking my kids to daycare. It was it's raining here a lot today.
Oh, sorry. We hope you're keeping warm then after this rain. So I think that most of the participants are now on the call, and we can start and wrap this shell Unix lecture on. We can wrap it up and move forward to the Python module. Just a thumbs up to notify me that you all have your terminal open and ready to go. Kindly put thumbs up to notify that your terminals are open so that we can start as we want to follow along. Okay. Okay, Charlene. Is Charlene the only person ready to follow along? Do not worry if you did not manage to go through yesterday's practicals, as today will be independent. You won't need to use any of the things that we were learning yesterday. Obviously, you need the commands that we learned, but you can follow along today, even if you did not manage to go through yesterday. Okay, so yesterday we learned how to create files directory, how to copy files, how to move files, how to rename files. And now that we know those few commands, we can finally look at the shell's most powerful feature, the one that allows us to combine existing program in new ways. And we will start with the exercise data directory by focusing on the Alcan sub directory. So I'll just navigate into that Alcans directory. You can follow along. So I'm printing my working directory is Homari. And if I put ls, I have the desktop directory. So I will cd into it and shell as lesson than exercise. Then Alcans, right? So if we run ls, we can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 files under this directory. The .pdb means that these are proteins data bank file formats. So let's run a new example of command, a command that allows us to count words in files. So if we want to count number of words that is under the file cuban.pdb, we can put wc cuban. And I hope we can all see that it contains the files are counted, the numbers of words that are in the files are counted in this. I hope we all have this output. Let me just check it. Okay. So WC is a word count command. It counts the number of lines or words and characters in the files. So if we want to count word characters and lines for all the PDB files that we have under this directory. We can use the wildcard that we learned yesterday. We use star and we put .pdb, as PDB is the extension for all the files that are under this directory. So we can put word count, .pdb, and we can see that we have the count, line, character, and word for all the files. And if we run this word count command with different options, like for example, if we run it with -l, we will have an output that will give us only the number of line, as L stands for line. So let's just try it, -l, and we want it for all the .pdb files. So we can see that the Cuban .pdb have like 20 lines, and same apply for the other files. I hope we are able to follow along. So there are other important options, but we will not labor on those, as when we will be using the man command, we can get to know more about the options for the commands. So there is a way that we can output allow recording. Okay, there's a way that we can allow input our command output into another file, so that when we come back, you see we managed to count the number of lines for all the files. We can put this into a file so that when we come back, we don't have to run the same command, right? So let's try to see how to do that. We ran previously WC -L to count the number of lines in all PDB files. So if we want to save it in a file, we can use this arrow greater than sign. It means that you are redirecting the output of this command into a file. And we want to give a name to this file. So since it's line, let me give it length .tst, right? So if we now put ls, we now have length.tst and our directory, which is amazing. So let's say we want to see the what is inside length.tst. Is it what we really saved inside? So there's a command that can allow us to display the content of the file directly on the terminal, and that's cat. Let me put length.tst. So this is the content of the file, right? So kindly put thumbs up that you are following along. I'm always scared that I will be doing this alone. Let me clear my terminal. LS. Are you able to follow along?
Yeah.
Right, sure. Okay, so now that we know how to count word, lines, characters, and how to redirect our command output into a file, and how to actually open in view that the file content in our terminal, let's see how we can filter output. Let's say we count words, we put it in a new file, then we want to remove some information, or we want our information inside the file to look somehow organized, right? So next we will use the sort command to sort the content of the length.tst file. But first, we will do an exercise to learn a little about the sort command, right? So let's move one step up into the exercise data directory and put more of our focus on the file number.tst. So if we run sort on this command, it will give us something that we will try to understand. So sort number tst. So we can see that inside this file, we have numbers that are there. So how do we make this information look organized? We need to run the sort and then we add the file name. Then we can see that the numbers are organized from the smallest to the biggest numbers. So the -n option specify a numerical rather than an alphabetical sort. Yeah. So let's see, we want to direct this outputs. We want to direct our organized file like the lens.txt into a new file. So we can run the command again and we redirect it inside sorted. We want to call it sorted because this is sorted data in .txt. So if we put ls and we want to view this sorted, then we can see that our data here is organized, right? So let's say we want to view the first line or the top files information in the sorted lens.txt. There's a command that we can use, it's called head. And if you want to only see the first one, we have to put it attach it to the option -n. So let me try to run this head -n. Then we want to view the first information inside the sorted.txt, right? So it's number 2, right? Let me move forward. So there's another command that we can use, and if you see it, you may think that it will be doing the same thing as the greater than sign. Is when we double the greater than signs, right? So it works slightly different, and we'll learn about the difference between these two operators, like printing some string. So we can use the echo command to print string. So echo, it prints text on the terminal for us, right? So for example, if we put echo, the world is beautiful, it will print us on the terminal that the world is beautiful. So let's see what will happen when we direct the world is beautiful into another file by using the double greater than sign and the single equal greater than sign. So let me try this again. The command that we were running, I want to direct it inside, let's say this file.txt, right? And we want to fill this file.txt. You can see that it's saying the world is beautiful. Let's see what happened when we double the greater than sign. Okay. And then we want to view again this file, right? So it's putting again the word is beautiful. So when you use the greater than, you double the greater than sign, is overwrite the text actually. So you should be careful to know what exactly. I didn't got what the echo function does from Chimaroke. All right, so Chimaroke, the echo function help us to print information or tests on our terminal directly. Let's say you want to put a statement, it allows you to print it on the terminal directly. Like what we were doing, if you want to say, thank you, then you put echo. We'll learn how it works as we proceed. For now, echo, nice to meet you, right? It prints you nice to meet you on the terminal. So basically it allows you to print text on the terminal, right? I hope
Okay,
that's
sorry.
clear.
That is more like the print function on Python, right?
Yes, but here we're still using Unix, and the Python lecture will start soon, so we have more information about this.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. So we will move forward. How do we pass output to another command? Let's say you see today we use head, cut, and sort. What will happen if we do not have time to run those commands one by one? We want to combine them in one line of command. So we will learn a new way of doing that, and it's called piping. So we can write one command, then we pipe, we put another one. What I mean by piping is we'll put a vertical line between the first command and the second command, right? So let's try how it works. So let's say we want to sort the length.txt, and we want to at the same time fill the first line of information. So we will put sort -n, then we put the file name. Sorry, what's up? It is okay. Can someone tell me why it wasn't running? It wasn't auto-completing when I was trying to write length. Let me write again. In the chats, I'm waiting to say why this is not auto-completing. I hope you can actually hear the song of It's Not There. Kindly in the chat. I'm sure we all know this. Exactly. So it's not in the directly because we moved out of our directory, right? So let's go back by changing directory to Alcans, because this is where our length .txt is. So sort -n, then length .txt. Okay, what's up? TST. Then we want to at the same time see the edge. So we'll put the vertical line, and then we use the head command that we used before to do this. And then boom, we can see that the first line is metan.pdb, right? So we will try another type of example again, just to get this clear. Let's say we want to count the number of lines in all the PDB file, and at the same time, we want to sort the output, right? So we can run word count -line star.pdb. Then we want to sort this.
Mary,
So yes.
sorry to take you back. I did not get the methane output when I ran the sort -n length.txt.
Sorry, come again. You did not get the output?
9 methane.pdb.
Me neither.
Okay, in the previous, when we ran sort -length and pipe it
Yes,
into head -n. Okay,
yes,
yeah.
-n1.
Kindly, can you run, let me put this, can you run cut length .txt and see what it will give you, so that we know what's inside your file?
Okay, it says no such file or directory.
Exactly. So can you now run ls? You are inside the Alcans directory, right?
Yes.
All right.
So
Can you run ls and see what's inside your directory? Maybe you don't have the file.
I have the methane.pdb, I have ethane, octane, pentane, propane when I ran the ls. But they
So, okay, let's just go back a little bit. I think that there is a command that have not been run previously, because what we did is we ran this sort command, then we redirected into the links .txt. Remember, it was just there. So when we redirect it inside, it will put all this inside the file. It's overwrite. That's why you are now having all this inside the links.txt. But if you haven't done that, you will not have them inside. So do you mind doing that and have all this information inside your file?
Okay, so where should I direct it to?
Okay, let me just go back a little bit, 1 minute.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. Hmm. Okay, so we will go back to where we were creating the link .txt. Remember, we did word count. We count the number of lines of all the PDB files, and we redirect it into link .txt, right? Are you able to run this? I can't run it because I did it. Can you run it and then? Yes, Toby. Yes.
Okay, I've run it now.
All right, so let's see from there you can get what. Run cat now, cat link.txt to see what's inside your file. Cat link.txt, run this and see what's inside your file.
Okay, yeah, so it comes have 20 cubane, 12 ethane. Yeah.
All right, so now can you run this command, the one that we're just running with the pipe, this one?
So sorry, so basically the vertical line like stands for the piping function, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Is it working now? Are you having the same output?
Yes, I'm on the same page now. I got the 9methane.pdb
Right.
as an output.
So now you can, so now you can run the WC-L for all, then you pipe, then you sort it in a numerical order. Okay, let's see how far we are. All right, so basically, this is how you can sort your file, how you can use several commands at the same time. You can redirect your output into a new file, and you can overwrite, but that should be a choice of yours to make, because if you mistakenly overwrite, you can lose some information, right? So there are other commands that we can use actually to work on our files. There's the find command, the grep command, and we can always use the man command to have more information on those commands and their options. So now that we know how to manipulate files, how to sort our files, how to work on our files, let's see what can happen if we want to perform a task on different files and we do not want to be sitting there, or we want to perform a bunch of tasks, but we want to write it in a single command, or in a bunch of single commands. So we will do that using loops, and this will help us to see how we can perform same action on many different files. So loops are programming constructs which allows us to repeat a command or set of commands for each item in a list. As such, they are key to productivity improvement through automations. As we know, doing so many things manually or typing the same thing on our own can lead to so many errors. So let's see the structure of a file. In this case, we will go back to the exercise data creator directory. Let me just navigate there. Somewhere close. Okay, so CT creator. Right, yes, right. So under this creator directory, you should be able to see these three .dat files. Do not mind the word lab, that's my own stuff I was doing. And yeah. So let's say we want to print the first line of the header of this .dat file. Remember that we learned how to do that previously. Can someone in the chat help me to know how I can print the first top 5 lines of a file? Which command do you think I can use? What type of command can I use? Sorry, okay, what is this? Head, yeah, Shima, okay, is head. So you are very much right. So let us use head minus, we say you want to see the first 5 of all these files. It's basic.cst.date and unicorn, right? So it's actually showing us the first 5 informations in our files, all of them, right? So we'd like to print out the classification for each species from this informations, which is given on the second line. On the second line, we have the classifications, the one that says Bacillus vulgaris, and that's the special. So which is given on the second line. Yeah, for each file, we would need to execute the command head minus n and put 2 because this information we want to print is on the second line, and we need to pipe it into another new command called tail. Tail will give us the last information in the file, and here we may want to put 1 as it will be the last line in the file. So we will use a loop to solve this problem. How can we visualize the second line and the last line? But first, let's look at how we can generate this loop. I'll type it, then we can go through it together and explain, then we can execute it. So we want to be for file names. We put the file name Basilic, miniature, and unicorn, right? Sorry, you were breaking. Can you come again?
I was asking if you can hear your text first because I can't see what you are typing.
You can see my screen, I guess that's what you are saying. Let me clear the screen. Is that what you were saying?
No, I can see your screen properly. It's fine now. I was just asking if you can clear your screen. You are terminal.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So let's start again. So we were writing this for loop. So for all file names in Basilic, there's the file name, miniature, and unicorn. We want this loop to do, how do you think we can print the file names? We say there's a command that can actually print text on the terminal. Can someone put in the chat? What can that command possibly be? Echo, wonderful. So we want it to do echo. And what do we want it to echo? We want it to print as the file name. And every time that you are putting a variable, you should you are bringing on the terminal variable in front of echo in a loop, you should put this sign. So file name, right? And what do we want it to do after it prints the file name? We want it to help us to see the head minus n, the second line of that same file name, right? And the other thing we want it to do is to show us the last line, yes, in that file. Then you always need to finish, to close your loop, right? So let us see now what each of these lines means, right? So the word for indicate the start of a for loop command. For things in list of blah, 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 and then you ask it to do something. So the word do indicate the start of a job execution list. Now, when you want to give command, when you want to tell it to do something, when you want to order the command line to do something for you, right? So when you click enter, you will see an indentation within the loop, and it's not required, but it helps you to work efficiently and is for legibility, right? So then the word done, it will indicate the end of your loop. If you do not close your loop, it will not work. So let us run this and see. So when we run this, we can actually see that we have the information for the species for each file. So kindly indicate that you managed to run this for loop successfully, and we were following along with each other.
I'm sorry, but how are you able to move over to the next line and to get the greater than sign on the next line?
Exactly. So when you start the statement, with 4, right? You start the for loop with 4. Your terminal already know that you want to write a for loop. So when you're done with the first line and you click enter, it will bring this greater than sign to you. Then you put 2, and then you click again, enter, it will go back. And when you put done, you reach done, it also knows that you are done with your for loop and it will execute. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So should I assume that we all managed to run the loop successfully?
Still typing.
You can put, sorry?
Sorry, I'm still typing.
All right, sure, take your time.
But however, I'm unable to get that autocomplete on my terminal.
The autocomplete for the files, the
Yeah.
file names.
Yeah.
Just confirm that you are under the create chart directory.
Yes, I
Mm. It should autocomplete. You are using tab.
Yes.
Can you try again? Let's see. You put 4 space file name space in space, you start typing base, and then you tab and see if it autocompletes. I'm getting a syntax error from Isaac. Isaac, what is your syntax error saying? May you kindly paste it in the chat so that we can assist you.
I'm also getting one. It says near unexpected token name.
Exactly. So, okay, same error, unexpected token name. Okay, so there is a name that is probably written somehow with mistakes. I'm not sure. Are you able to screenshot and put it here?
I think I know what I did. The file
Okay,
and there's a space in between them. So
wonderful.
yeah.
So I'm giving just like 2 minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, so that we all have this for loop. It's working now. Thanks. Well done, Isaac. So you now have your outputs. So kindly confirm that you have the output from the for loop, because we have an exercise that is coming and we'll have to run another for loop.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask about the interpretation of this command, like the head minus n2. Is it like it selects the first 2 columns, or I don't know. I can't really like interpret that. Then the minus n1 for the tail.
Okay, so it doesn't give you in columns, it gives you in terms of line, it gives you the first 2 lines, and it's based on how many of the lines you want to see. If you want to see 5 lines, you put minus n and you give it 5. And the tail, it will count from the bottom of the file.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Okay, time's up. Kindly put thumbs up in the chat, or if you are facing challenge. Otherwise, we are moving forward to the exercise. Okay. Right. So I will put a for loop here. You will run it and tell me what the output is. I will not run it. So what would be the output of running the following in the, let's go back into the Alkans directory. Yes. So we see the into Alkans. Let me clear my terminal. So if we say for file name in C, and then we wanted it to do ls of that file, of the file names that contain C for us. File name, then done. What would this give us as outputs? Kindly post your answers in the chat. I know this for loop, it seems quite annoying at the beginning, because the greater than sign sometimes doesn't come, sometimes because the terminal is not able to recognize that we are running a for loop, probably because of syntax errors or spelling errors or something like that. But as we do it, we repeat it, we will get used to it. Oh, Leona, well done. So who else? Yes, Chima, okay, well done. I'm waiting for others. If you are facing any challenge to run this for loop, kindly type in the chat. Yes, Charlene, that's it. All right. So I see we do not have challenges, and kindly do paste in the chat if you're facing any issues, right? So this is the correct answers, because the star matches 0 or more characters. So any file name starting with the letter C followed by 0 or more other characters will be matched, right? So in this case is cuban.pdb. And there we go. So the key point here, I'll put them this way. So a for loop repeat commands once for everything in the list. So everything you ask it to do, it can be able to repeat it for so many other files. So every for loop needs a variable to refer to the thing it is currently operating on. That's where we put, before we put head and we we put echo, then we give it file name in. Before we put the file name as a variable, we put the this sign, the $sign also. So you can use this $sign name to expand a variable. But you can also use a bracket where you put the name inside. You put the $sign, a bracket, then you put the name. It also works that way. But do not use space, quote, or wildcard characters such as asterisk or question mark in file names, as it complicates variable extensions. So now let us start by going back to the Alkans.
Sorry, I have a question
Yes, go
about
ahead.
about the naming convention. If you leave spaces, how do you handle the file name, for example? Let's say
Sorry?
I file space.
Sorry, come again.
You mentioned that we should not use special characters.
Yes.
By default, we often leave spaces on certain things. So for example, the mistake that I have made, file space name.
Yes, so the way to solve that is to put initially when you're creating your files, you should write your file name in a certain way that doesn't contain space, because it's going to complicate to make this kind of commands difficult for you as you want to get outputs. So you mainly avoid, as you are creating your file, to put space or characters such as question mark or asterisk. If you have a long file name, for example, Marie, okay, let me not use Marie, untrim sequence data, right? So you can put untrim underscore sequence underscore data, or you can use dash dash dash. Just the way these directory names are, you see the shell lesson data is very long, right? So you can use dash or underscore. I hope I'm clear. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, I'm just thinking a scenario where you have a process that spits out files and that process already has space in it. So for example, the folder shell lesson data would not have the dash, but rather have a space. How do you handle it? In other programming languages, you put double quotes or something like that, or single quotes.
To make it a
option? Yes, to make it a string or whatever. What is the option when you are using Unix? I'm just thinking here, you've got a process that's already run. It has created folders that have spaces in it. How would one handle it? That's my question.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
You can, yeah, I think Toby is trying to reply in the chat. Does that answer you?
Yeah, it does. So it takes the literal thing that you have.
So you can make it
backward slash.
You can make it a string by using the code. For this, for example, Toby put in the chat for file name in Basilic, right? So you can make it a string or something like that.
Okay. Thanks, Toby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind? Can I say a bit more about that? So if these are folders that you have created or that you know like are specific to your research, to your analysis or whatever, then my advice is to rename them to remove the spaces, because it saves you a lot of time. But in some circumstances, in particular, like say you've got a folder called like my documents, or what are some other folder names and Windows? It's like application data or something, right? I can't remember. Program files or something with spaces in. You shouldn't rename those folders, because those are like folders that exist by default on your operating system, and you'll probably really confuse the operating system if you change the name, because it's probably assuming that those have the name that is given them in the first place, like my documents, for example. But if you're working with a folder of data that you want to analyze for your own research, either that you created that folder and you put spaces in the names, or perhaps a collaborator shared the folder with you and it has spaces in the names, I think in those circumstances, you're not going to break anything on the computer by renaming the folder, and you are going to save yourself a lot of time and pain having to remember to put those backslash symbols in to escape those spaces otherwise. So as long as it's not a file or a folder that has kind of a special meaning to your operating system, it's usually gonna, in the long run, it's going to save you time to rename the folder or the file.
Thanks, Doug.
All right, thank you very much, Toby. I hope this is now clear and we can proceed. So now we want to see how we can save and reuse a command, right? So let us focus now on the outcomes directory. Kindly confirm that you are all in the outcomes directory. So let's say we want to create a new file. We want to create a new file, but this time we'll make it a script because we'll put some command inside of it. It won't be a .txt, but it will be this .sh because it's a script. So let's see how we can do that. And I'm going to use nano. Let me call it name.sh, and it's open, right? So what do we want to be inside here? Let's say we want to we want to see the first 15 line in octane.pdb and the last 5 in that same file. So head minus n, we want 15, right? What's the file name is octane. Okay, sorry, it was a mistake. Octane.pdb, and we want to pipe it into tel minus n, and we want 5. So after this, we can close by doing what we did yesterday, Control O, enter, and Control S, right? So now let's say that we are happy and we managed to close our script. How do we make this script to run? How do we execute it? So we will use the bash command because it's the one that allows us to run.
Hi, Mary.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, please just mention how to get back to the
from the script, you want to close your file.
Yes, after the middle, going back to the terminal.
So it's Control plus, I'm typing in the chat, O.
Okay.
Then you enter. Then you
do I type it
plus
after the
S.
code we type?
Sorry?
Do I type it after the code we type inside, or just?
Okay, so you open it, right? You open the script, then you type the code inside.
Okay. Then Control O.
Yes, then you click enter. Then Control S. Did it work?
Control S.
Yes.
Do I include the plus, or you're just saying it's?
No, it's Control X. Yeah, it's just because I was typing.
Okay.
Did it work?
Just a minute.
Right.
Not still in the script.
Okay, let me go through it with you then. I'm going to open the file again. So it's open. You can see my terminal, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to do Control O. Control O. You'll see that it's asking me file name to write middle.sh.
Okay,
right? So
just a
I
minute.
click enter. And I click
Okay.
enter.
Mhm.
And then
Then
I should now close it, right? So
Control
control.
X.
Yes, so it's now closed.
All right. Thanks. I actually was typing out that thing in there. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, that's all right.
Okay. Yeah.
So now we want to run our script. And I said that for us to do that, we need to use the bash command, right? So if we do this, we have the output of our script. So instead of typing that long command in the terminal, right, we bash and we run the script. And this is the output. Do you all have this output? Kindly put in the chat if you have this output so that we can proceed. Okay. Head cannot open octan.pdb for reading. So is octan. There is an E at the end after N. The file name is not correct. So may you kindly correct it in. Thank you, Toby. I hope it works now. Let us try a last example of this bash scripting. And let's say we want to select lines from an arbitrary file. We could edit the middle.sh each time and change the file name, right? But what would probably take longer than typing the command out again in the shell and executing it for the file name. Instead, let us edit the middle.sh and make it move like versatile. It can do whatever you want it to do, right? So let's go back and open our So let us open the middle.sh, the script, right? And now we want to put the command such a way that if we run it by giving it a file name, it actually works based on that file name instead of us going back every time and editing and coming back, right? So for us to edit that, we want to after the minus N15, we want to specify that we want it to work on a specific file, right? So this, let me just type it and explain. Yes, hello?
Hi, sorry for disturbing. I just want to recap for the script again. When we said, what does the script do again? It takes 15, sorry, just to recap what it does. Sorry.
Yes, so let me delete the one that I was editing. So inside our bash, the script file, we put head minus N15. It means that we want to print 15 lines from the head of our file. The file name is octan.pdb. And then we pipe it because there is another command we want to run simultaneously, right? So the other command is tail, and it will give us the 5 bottom lines of our file.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're
Sorry,
welcome.
sorry. I also wanted to ask anytime you
Right.
want to open the script, do you have to use the nano function?
You have to open it with Nano, or if you are using other text editor like Vim also. But in this
Okay.
workshop, we're using Nano.
Okay.
But for you to execute it, you use Bash.
Okay.
So let me put this, then I'll explain. So if I put this sign and 1, I won't have to put a file name, and I'm going to explain why in a minute. Right, so this $sign and 1, right, means the first file name or other argument on the command line, right? So as we now edit our min2.sh like this, if we go back to we save it and we go back to the terminal and we execute it with any file name, it should be able to execute this command on that file name. So this will allow us not to come back inside the script, change the file name, go back, change the file name, go back. So let us see how it works. I hope you will manage to edit your script. Control O, Control S. Right. So now if we want to run it on, let's say we want to run it on octane.pdb again, right? So it will be min2.sh, right? And we want to give it octane.pdb, right? So there we go again. We have our outputs. Let's say we want to run it on another file, maybe pentan.pdb, right? We have output. So is this clear for everyone? Kindly, are we together? Were you able to follow along editing this? Nancy, yes. So how about others? Did you manage? Leonard, did you manage? Charlene, did it work? Isaac, are we together? And Chimaroke, did your script work? I don't get the function on the, okay. On the top. Yes, go ahead.
No, I got kicked out, so I had to log back in.
All right.
My internet.
Sure.
So we had to run is it the bash middle?
Yes.
SH again. After the edit, right?
Yes.
After we edited the script.
Yes, so after we edited it, I hope you can still see my screen. Let me clear it. Before you execute it, you put bash min2.sh and you give it a file name. You can give it octane or pentane.pdb. It's still it will give you an output for the particular file you put.
So sorry. How about the $1 sign? What does it do? Like, you replace the octane with that.
Okay, so this $1, right? It allows us. We are telling the command that we want this command to run for the first file name or for file names that we give or other argument to this command on the terminal, right? Remember that we want to run this script for so many other files. You agree with me that it will be very annoying to go back to the script, edit, change the file name, come back outside, batch, run it, go back inside, now put pentane.pdb, come back, run it, right? So for you to avoid that struggle, you put that $1 so that when you come back in your terminal and you type bash the script, it will give you results for the file name that you add in the terminal. That's why we run it like this, bash min2.sh pentane.pdb. And you can also put it this way for another file, bash min2.sh octane.pdb. So it's basically to avoid going back inside the script, edit it, coming back outside, and it will be wasting your time. Trust me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. So I hope it's clear for everyone now. Now that we've learned this, let's see how we can create a script. So remember, we were working with Neo, right? And Neo supervisor insisted that all her analyticals must be reproducible, right? Because supervisors, they'll always want to see if you know what you are doing, if you actually go through, you did the analysis on your own and everything like that. So the easiest way to capture all the steps in a script we'll see how to do that. So first let us go to the North Pacific directory. There's something in the chat. Okay. Let us go back to that North Pacific directory, CD. Okay, it's not here. Okay, it's here, right? So CD is, so we are now inside. Just kindly confirm that you are all in that directory. So let's say we want to create a file. So the way we create file is to use Nano, right? So Nano, we want to capture all the statistics steps inside this file. So let's call the file stats.sh, right? And we open our file. So now what do you want to put inside our file? So we want the file to run a for loop for us so that we can get all the steps inside, all the steps that we went through for our statistical analysis. So we agreed that for us to write a for loop, we start with for, right? So for all data file in any, sorry, it's a $sign. We want to do echo to print as the data file. And then we want it to bash stats.sh data file stats data file and done. So let me see how this goes. So let's see if this runs, if we execute it. That's okay. This. Bash stats .sh name txt So as you can see, we are getting the output line by line for all these different data that are inside this directory. I hope you are getting the same thing. The chat is so quiet. Is it moving well your side? Were you able to follow along? Hello? This part of the script. Which part can you show the code again? All right, let us do this again. So we said that all the things that we were doing, let's say we want to save them inside a file. Let's say we want to write a script that will actually show all the steps or all the things that we were doing, right? And we want to send it to our supervisor, and we won't be there when he will be running it, right? So we want to use a for loop for that. And for us to do that, we need to create the script that we want to run and show the steps. And we use Nano to create that kind of script. And inside our script, this is what we want to be inside. I hope you can see my screen so that I can explain the kindly notify in the chat. Can you repeat the script? Of course, yes. So the script is now open. Are you all able to see my terminal? Something in the chat. Yes, okay. So what we want to do is we want to show the steps that we did to calculate the statistics for our data files, right? So for us to do that, we want to write this for loop inside this script, right? And we say that a for loop starts by 4, right? So for all data file in this file, we have so many file names under this directory. So for all the data files, and we say that when we put this $sign in this, it means that if any file name or all the files name inside that directory will be run, right? So when we are running this, you see that it will simultaneously run it for all the files. So for all data files, for all this data file, you should do, we are asking the command to do echo. It brings the data file. Then we want it to run this script. The ghost.start.sh is a script that is in our directory. So you want it to run this script for all the data files, right? And bring the statistics for the data files, right? And then it's done. Is that clear? Or I should explain, because once we understand this, we will now be able to understand when the commands start to run, when we start to get outputs in the terminal. What is they are doing? Okay. So this remember when we put $1 before, we said that it's any single file or other argument that you give to it. But this $sign is mean that we want to run it for all our files, right? So when you are running this command, if you want to run it for the data that are, you see that in our directory we have NEN something something A, a lot of numbers, NEN something something B, a lot of numbers. So if you wanted to run it for all the files that have A inside or all the files that have B inside, then you notify using the wildcard star, right? So it will run it for all those files. There is no one here in a dispart because we don't want a single file. We actually want to run it for several files. I hope that's clear. I got it now, thank you. Great. So I hope you all managed to type this into your terminal. I'm now going to close it and you can execute it. Control O, Enter, Control S. And then you run it and you have your outputs. I'm waiting in the chat to see if you successfully managed to run this. Kindly notify in the chat. Right, so as you are typing this and running it, I'm just going to wrap up the key point from this by scripting and writing a script. So saving commands in files, usually codes like shell script, is for you to be able to reuse your commands later on without retyping everything. So when you put bash and you give it a file name, it will run the command saved in that file, right? So when you put the $sign in art, it's referred to all of shell scripts because it will run on all your argument, and here it will give it files, right? So many different files. So when you put $1 or $2 and so on, it's referred to the first command line or argument, and here we were giving it file, or the second command line or argument or file, right? So if you put $1 is the first file name that you are giving to it, and $2 is the second that you are giving to your command, right? So kindly place variables in quotes if the values meet it, because the values may have space inside themselves, right? So now we want to move into our last sub-module, which where we will learn how to find information in our file. Let's say inside a file is like a book or is a word sequence, and I don't know, you want to find this particular pattern inside. How do we do that? So let's get started. And I hope that we are on the same page up to now. Okay, so let's go back to the directory writing. Let's cd shell exercise. Yes. cd writings, right? ls. Okay, so we are now here. We are now interested in this particular test file that is haiku.txt, right? So let's say we want to display the content of this file on the terminal. Can you type in the chat the command that we say we can use to display a file content on the terminal? What command do we use to display a file content on the terminal? Oshala, you say echo, yeah, that's wonderful. However, okay, echo help us to print a text on the terminal, not from a file. But yes, Chimaroke cat allows us to print a file content on the terminal. But echo allows us to print a text that we type in front of echo on the terminal. Yeah, echo does not need a file, but cat, it helps us to, how do I close this window and get back to the terminal? Okay, polite. For you to close this, where are you? I can't see properly, but it seems that your text editor is too open. So you do Control O, enter, Control S. Okay, yeah, thank you, Toby. So as we are inside this, we want to display the content of haiku.txt. And this is what is inside. It's a test. The tau that is seen is not the true tau until it's a story that is there, right? So let us say that we want to be able to find the pattern or the word not inside this test file, right? So there's a command that allows us to search and find something or find pattern. It's called grep. So we want to find notes inside the echo disk, right? So it will show us all the lines that contain notes and will highlight notes in red. I hope you are able to follow along, right? So another example, let's say we want to find the word the inside our file. So you can see that we have the in 2 lines, right? The towel that it's seen and my text is not found, right? So these 2 they have been found by grep and highlighted in red. So you can also use options for grep. So you can, let me try this. However, you can use man grep to read more about this command in its option. Let's say we want to look at this echo, right? It tells us that today is not working. So as if you want to find expressions that remain, now we start to use options and we put it into quotes because we want it to be a string. If we do not put the string, it will not work, right? So I'm going to put an exercise and ask what the answer would be and move to the last step of this unit shell module. So okay. So if I put grep, I want to look for off echo.txt. What will the output be? Yes, okay, let me look in the chat. Okay. Grep is helping us to find and to search for patterns in our tests. Like we searched nodes, we searched then I want you to tell me the output of grep of echo. Lushola, I hope is now clear for you. Exactly. And that's wonderful. Now, may you kindly copy and paste the command that you run in the chats. I want to see it somehow, because it seems like something happened and the presence of absent software. Nancy, can you kindly paste your code into the chat? Oh, okay. I'm not sure why it's not working. Let me repeat your code.
He needs to put a space after the
off. Code, the off code.
Yes,
okay.
the code. I did a similar mistake.
Exactly. I've just run it and then it's not giving something as well. So it's because of the lack of space. Control L. So Nancy, I'm running your code here by removing space here and it's worked. So you may want to remove the space and try again. So if we are all happy, we want to use a last command that can allow us to find patterns or to find, okay, thank you, right, sure. To find something. Do you want to find pattern, to find files? Yeah, so let me see if I can find the way of illustrating. Let's say we want to find all names that start by .txt under this directory. Oof. Okay. Find pattern with this illustration. Good. So I just ran into an error message, right? So when you get it this way, guys, you put man and you put the command that you're using. I probably did something very wrong. So you put find dash search for file in a directory, right? So let me see what I did wrong. I queued that. So let me try again. CD is right. So find let me find everything.txt. All right. So if we want to find all the files that finish by .txt, this is how it displays. We have test file.txt, numbers.txt, and sorted length.txt. So for you to find files inside directories, instead of you opening, sometimes you see that we struggle to navigate into this directory. Now we start to look for the file. Let's say we have millions of thousands of files inside the directory. We won't be able to look with our eyes. So this is a way of finding those files. I hope this is clear for us. Are we able to, is this something that we can kindly put thumbs up in the chat as I am bringing out the key points? So finds will help you to get files with specific properties. If the files finish by .pdb, you can put find, then you use a wordcard and put .pdb to bring out all the files that have the extension .pdb. Grep will help you to select lines in files that match in special patterns that you want, like not, the, or the pattern that we were searching for. Should you want to have more information about command, you can use minus help, or you can use the man command, right? Thank you so much for being so patient in going through this shell units module, and I hope we all managed to learn something and we are at the end of this module. You're welcome, Chimaroke. So I'm handing over to Jean, I think. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Mari, for the lesson. I hope the participants enjoy it. Maybe we can take a 10-minute break for the participants to digest what you just taught. And I think we will start with the Python. So I will just send the link for the participants to I hope the participant has an account already installed. If not, I will send a link so they can install an account and also the package. Maybe you can take 10 minutes break. So we come back at in just 9 minutes. So 10:40, you can come at some links. So we will continue with the Python today. So my name is Jean-Baptiste Fankam. I'm a postdoctoral fellow in Johannesburg, South Africa. I have a computational material science and material informatics background. So today I have a few experience to teach carpentry in a carpentry. So as a new carpentry instructor. So today I will move you through Python. So I will send a link in the chat so we can start. I would like to know if people have already installed an Anaconda. Do you have Jupyter Notebook on your machine? Maybe it's thumbs up in the chat. Those who has a Jupyter Notebook. Only two. Only two people has Anaconda or Jupyter Notebook. Oh. So I think we'll start by installing Anaconda. So just click this first link. So just click in this first link. Okay, let me share my screen. So directly through the process. Look like my screen is freezing. I will stop sharing and share again. So when you click to the link, I just share. When you click to the link, just go down. When you click to the link, just go down. You will see Python. Maybe I can share this one. Can you all see my screen?
I can see it.
So when you click, when you click to this link, you come here. You will see this page. Now you just go at the end. You will see here how to install Bash. the Git bash if you have Windows, Mac, or Linux. Now just go down here. This Python, we see here Python. For those who has Windows, just follow this link. For those who have Windows, you can install it by following this video. For those who has Mac, you can follow, you can click here. You see how to install with the Mac. For those who are Linux, you just click here. You see how to install. You can see the process here. So for those who are Windows, just click here. You click here and you download. If you have the 64-bit or 32 bits, just download the version of your machine. You download and you install. So this is a procedure. So just follow these three procedures, these three steps to install. For those who have Windows, for those who have Linux, just follow this one. And for those who have Mac, just follow this one. So maybe we can have 10 minutes to install it. If you have some issue, just place it on the chat so we can help. I already have my own install, so I will not install it. But for those who don't have, just do it. I will restart. If you already finished to install, just put a thumbs up on the chat. For those who has problem, just specify it on the chat. Just write a message so we can help you. Or already install it. We successfully install an account. Just put a thumbs up on the chat. No one? Or you are still installing?
Still installing.
Oh, okay, great. Those who already has Anaconda install or Jupyter Notebook install, I just send a link. Just download this file. Nancy, I already downloaded the two files. All right. Okay, great. Do you have Anaconda install or Jupyter Notebook? Okay, great. So we are just waiting for others to be on the same page. How many people have already installed an account? Just put a thumbs up on the chat. Oh, great, Isaac. How many people are already installed an account? Just put a thumbs up on the chat so we can see. Oh, Charlene. Olushola, great. What about others? There is someone who need help. Please, can you put the question in the chat? Which kind of help do you need? There is someone who need help to install the software and download and unzip. Please write the nature of your problem in the chat so we can help you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Toby. Do you need help or it's fine? One, two. It looks like people are installing it. Only 6 people. Please put a thumbs up on the chat. For those who need help or for those who has finished. Can we start? Can we start with the program? If you are still behind, just let us know. I just sent something in the chat. So I will share screen and we can start. For those who finish to install an account and downloaded the file, just open a Jupyter Notebook. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen. So as you can see my screen, after downloading it, you come here. You can see here, these are the file I downloaded. Inside you have a file called code. When you go back, you come into here, you see also data. So just copy these 2 files and put it here. You can use the command line as you just saw with Mary. You can use a command line to do it, or you can just double click. You cut or you copy, you go and paste it there. So copy this file data, also copy this file code and put it here. So I will open my Jupyter Notebook. To do it, I will open an account. I can open an account. Okay, I will show you 2 methods. I can open an account navigator. You just press this command, an account navigator. to open the navigator, to open Anaconda. And anyway, to do it, while the Anaconda is opening, you can just press. If you have a what's happening? Okay. Things are moving slowly. There is two methods or many methods to open Jupyter Notebook. So this is the first one. The first one, you go to the terminal, you press this command, Anaconda Navigator, to open it. So it will take a bit of time to open. For those who has Windows, just go on the Windows menu, you press it. My screen is freezing. For those who has Windows, yes, Isaac, it's not the, just wait a bit. Your system will open. Or if not, I will show you just now. So as you can see here, you see this command, right? This side you see to access where there is access to access the notebook, open this file in your browser. You see down or copy or paste this URL. So just copy the first one, starting with HTTP until the end. No, you can, no need. So just copy URL and open a browser and paste it there. My system is freezing. Maybe I will Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Sorry for this. My my Linux machine just got freeze up, so I just put it off and install it and put it on. So I'll just share my screen. I hope you can all see it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah, we see it. Thanks, Sean.
Okay, great. For those who has Windows, just come here on this Windows start. You click here. You see here all apps. Just click there. After it, you see here Anaconda 3. You come under Anaconda. You can select here Anaconda, or you can just select Jupyter Notebook. If you select Anaconda, you will see this one. If you select Anaconda Navigator, you see this one. So you can just come here and you launch your Jupyter Notebook. You can launch the Jupyter Notebook, or you can launch the Jupyter Lab. So just launch the Jupyter Notebook for those who has Windows. Paula, yeah, I just show you. So just click on launch Jupyter Notebook. For those who has Linux, just open your terminal. After opening your terminal, just type Anaconda Navigator. As I was sharing. Those who has Linux, just type Anaconda Navigator on your terminal. Isaac, does Jupyter Notebook open as a terminal or as a web browser? As a web browser. Jupyter Notebook open as a web browser. So Isaac, for you, you have this one, right? Just come here and copy this one and copy the HTTP localhost or this first line. Just copy it and open a browser and paste it there. What's your problem, Polite? What's your problem? Can you give us more details?
It's not launching. So if I click on launch, it's not launching. It's not opening the browser to get to the interface.
Can you share your screen and let me know? And let me see.
Okay. Can you see it?
Not yet, it's coming. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it's still launching. If you can see down, this blue bar down. Just wait a bit.
Okay.
Are you using a Windows or Linux?
It's Windows.
There's another way to open with Windows. If it's not working, you can just close it. Maybe your system is not supporting the Anaconda. So just close this tab.
Okay.
Yes, close it. Yes. Click on yes. Now, no, close this one. Reduce this page. Reduce it. Reduce. Okay, go on the window.
Yeah, I'm on my Windows now.
Okay, click on it. Windows tab. Okay, click on Jupyter Notebook. Just click on it. Anaconda. Go on Anaconda. Yes. Click on Jupyter Notebook. Yes, click on it. Just wait. Now choose your browser where you want to work on it. Okay.
Yeah, it's launched now.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Stop sharing your screen, please. Does anyone have another issue? Okay, that means that everyone has installed Jupyter Notebook and is working. Now, you just downloaded 2 files. So let me share my screen. I need to open so copy data and code and put it on the SWC. As you can see here, so you have this one. So just remove code and data and put it here. And you can remove other one. So if you have this one, it's fine. Just have this two, it's fine. Now someone has another problem, or it's fine.
Am I the only one who can't hear what you say, if he's saying anything?
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'll repeat. Oh, very sorry. So I'll repeat. Maybe I'll close this one. Oh, very sorry. I'll repeat what I was doing. So, to open my terminal, if I have a Linux system, I just press Ctrl+Shift+T, Ctrl+Shift+T to open a terminal. Oh, okay, maybe I can just come here. I'll open my terminal. For those who are using the terminal, if you want to open your Jupyter notebook, just press here. Maybe Jupyter notebook. You see, you have a problem, but it's already installed. So to do it, I need to change to open it as a root. So I just press here, I put my password. Now I'm here on the roots. I'm not in the root. So to open Jupyter Notebook, I can open Anaconda. After open now Jupyter Notebook, but if I want to open Anaconda, it will take me a longer time. So I prefer to open Jupyter Notebook directly. So I just press Jupyter Notebook. I press enter. This is the error. Running as a root is not recommended. Use this to bypass. So I want to bypass it. So I press again, Jupyter Notebook. -- allow roads. Now I press enter. After pressing enter, I have this one. It's gonna launch my Jupyter Notebook browser. So what can I do? I just come here and I copy this link. I copy it. I go where I want to open it. I want to open on Google Chrome. So I just open Google Chrome and I come here and now I paste my link and I press enter. I press enter here, I can see the content of my machine. This is all the thing I have in my machine. So I downloaded the file inside desktop. So I just go into desktop, SWC, and I have this one. And I have this one. Are you all there? Just put a thumbs up on the chat. Are you all there? Okay, great. As you are there, just come here on new. We see here new. Just click on it. New. We have here Python 3 iKernel. Just press on it. You will see a new window is opening. Are you all here? Okay, great. So, as you're all here, maybe you can just take a 3-minute break for those who are still behind. Mutsebi, where can what do you want me to repeat? Where are you stuck? Can you write where you are stuck so I can know where I can start? Or do you want me to start at the beginning? Oh, to copy the link. Oh, okay. Great. Here you copy the copy it. A new browser. What opened? For mine, I want it to be open in the Jupyter in the Google Chrome. So I just open here a new tab. Can you see my screen? So you open a new tab like this. I will paste it here. I will launch. When you launch, you will see these things. You will see all those. Are you there? Are you here? Tubeli, are you here? Okay, great. Now you just go on this file, swc python, where you pasted your file. Just click on it. You will see these two files, code and data. When you are here now, you go here, you come here, and you are right. You see here new. When you see new, you click on it. You see Python 3. You just click on it and you open and you will see this one. And you will see this one. Are you there? Okay, great. There's someone behind? Who is behind? Just put it for someone who is still behind so we can help. No one is means that everyone is on the same page. So let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break so we can start with the programming with Python. So I will stop sharing. I hope you are ready to start. Can you put a thumbs up on the chat? Are you ready to start? Okay, fine. So let's start. If I want to go back here, you can see here code and data. So this data is a doctor, a medical practitioner who collected this data, and you want to see how the data can work on the patient. So he's doing a, how we call it. So he has invented a new miracle drug that promises to cure arthritis, inflammation, flare-ups. And for the data, so after taking a drug, you will wait for 3 weeks. You wait for 3 weeks before seeing the effect of the drugs. So this is where he stores his data. So let's go back here for our new Jupyter notebook. So now you need to know the basics before analyzing our data. So now the objective of the lesson is to know some basics data type that work with Python. Also, how to create a new variable, how to use functions, how can we change the value associated with the variable. So the objective of this lesson is to assign value to variable. So with Python, it's like other programming language. You can do your arithmetic operation and whatsoever. Maybe if I do this one, 3 plus 5 times 4. Now, to see the answer, you can come here at the top. You will see run. If you click on it, you will see the answer. The same thing. You can also do 3 plus 7 times 5. So all the arithmetic operation that you know, you can do it. Instead of coming here, pressing run, you can press the shortcut, Shift Enter. You see your answer. The same thing. You see, when you press Shift Enter, you see you have your answer and a new cells is created. So you can also copy this one. If I copy this cell, I copy Control C. I come here to paste Control V. Now, another way to have your answer is just to press Control Enter. You see here, when you press Control Enter, you have the answer or the output, but you don't have a new cell created. So if you want to have a new cell created, you just press Shift Enter. If not, just press Control Enter. So if I will do it, and now I am here to have a new cell under this one, I just come here, insert. If I press here, insert, I have a new cell here. So if you come here, you can see here, save checkpoints. If you want to save what you are doing here, if you want to add a new cell, just click here. If you want to cut a cell, maybe I want to cut this cell, I just select here, I come here, I cut. You see, disappear. The same thing here, if you want to copy a cell, if you want to paste, now you have to go down, go up or go down. If I'm here, I press this one, you see, now this one is the top. You want to go down, I just press here, you see, it remain here. Here, this to run, your cell. So if I'm here, I just press here, it will run. Here, This to interrupt a kernel. Like maybe you are running your program and it's very long. So you can come here and stop it, interrupt it. You can come here to restart the kernel. Maybe if I come here, I press here, restart. Wait a bit. You can see here 1 and 2. Maybe let's press here. Maybe, okay, let's come here. If I want to restart the kernel, if I press on it, you can see the pop-up here. Do you want to restart the current kernel or all the variable will be lost? You can press here, continue, or you can restart. If I get on restart, you see, I come here now. When I press enter, you still see here 1. But if I come here, I put 3 plus 5. Now I press enter. You see now 2. It's now 2 because I restarted everything. That means that if I press here enter now, shift enter, it became now 3. So this one is to restart kernel also. We have here code markdown. When you see code, it's one you want to write, you want to run your program like this one. But if you put here markdown, is when you want to write. Maybe if I put here, let's go. But I come here, I put maybe a markdown. I press now shift enter. You see, you can see it. If I double click on it, it will came. If I come at the beginning, I'll put the hash. Now I press shift enter. Oh, I'm the code. No, I wanted to see the markdown. Control shift. You see, so when you want to write something, you can just put this way. If I double this one, shift enter. So you can add variable to the things like here. If I want to put the weights, maybe I put here weights, weight in kilogram equal 60. So that means that with this weight in kilogram, I assign a value 60. If I press Control Shift, nothing will happen. But the value of weight kilogram is now 60. If I put now weight kg and I press and I run it, oh, I have an error. What's the error? Weight kg is not defined. What does that mean? That means that I do a typo. So so I define my value in a markdown, not in code. So this is why I have an error. So I just come back here, I put code. Now I run it again. I come here and I run. Now it's fine. That means that I have my value now. So what happened now? If I put the capital letter, weight, kg, shift enter, you see, I have an error. What does that mean? Because it's a case sensitive. I didn't define with the upper letter, but I do it with a lower character. This is why I have an error. So when you define your variable, you need to be case sensitive. So now I define here an integer. Now I want to define maybe a floating point. I can also do this way. Maybe weight kg equal 60.9. I run this cell. Also, I want to create a patient now, which has this weight. So I don't put here patient. I put the ID of the patient. Maybe I can, this is the first patient. I can just give him the ID 001. You see, I put this one now inside a code. This is no more a number like the first one. This is now a string. So if I run this one, shift. So now I have my patient 001. I have the weight, this one. So now what happened? I have the weight of my patient in kilogram. Now I want to have his weight in maybe in pound. So what can I do it? I need to convert it. So I can maybe do it this way to convert. I just put here weight in pound. Maybe I want to convert like 2.2 times my weight in kilogram. I just run this cell. Oh, I have here weight. I have an error, name error. Name weight is not defined. That means that I have a typo. So I come here, you see my error. Oh, this one. I don't have it, but I have the weight kg. If I run this cells, now it's fine. Now I decide now to give my patient ID a prefix. So I don't put here. Oh, what is it? Let's close this one. Just come here. Maybe patients ID equal. I put here inflame. That means that the prefix of my patient will be inflame. Now I add it with what? With the patient ID. If I run this one, it's fine. So now I want to see all my results. To do it, you use the building function print. So if I do print, now inside, maybe I put my weights. I want to see the value of weights. So I just put the building function print. I run this one. Oh, I have a problem. I have an error. Weight height is not defined. That means that I didn't do it properly. So I just come here. You see, I put here weight height instead of weight kg. So this is why most of the time you can have an error. I just come here, I push my kg, I run it again. You see, I have my value here. The same thing now, I want to have the value of this one. I can just come here, just copy it. Now I come here, I put print, inside bracket, I paste my value. I just come here. A shortcut, you just press the first value. After it now, you press the tab button on your keyboard. If I press it, you can see what's happening. I have all this one. Which one should I? Which kg? Oh, yeah, if I press this one, I'll press run. You see, the same thing now. I put here, which one should I print? Maybe the patient. I just put P, I put tab. When I put tab, I have all those things. So I just want this first one. I put this one and I run. So my patient ID is now this one with a prefix. So that means that I have this one, this prefix with this patient ID. My patient ID was what? Oh, I have a typo here. I didn't do it properly. I changed this one, my patient ID. So I need to put it here. So I run again. I run, yes. Run. So now you can see here, I have the value in pound because it came here and multiply. So I have this one times 2.2. So I have this value times 2.2. So this is why I have now here this value. If I run here, I have this one. So now I can put also two things in one cell. Maybe I just copy this one. I came here and paste it. Come here also, copy this one. At the end of this first one, I just press enter and I paste it down. Now, if I run this cell, you see now the first one is the weight. The second one is now this one, this patient ID with the prefix. Also, I can run many things inside print. If I run this one, print, inside this one, I put here patient ID, comma, I put a space. You see here in green, that means that it's something common to Python, but it's not what I wanted. So it's a typo. So I just come here, I delete this one, I put this one. Now it's a blank. That means that it's a good thing. So now, if I put here, maybe weight in kilogram. Now it's a string. In Python, you write a string inside a quote. So I just put here. If I put it maybe white, weight in kilogram. Comma. Now I put weight. Weight, kg. What this means? I want to print the ID. So you print the value of ID. The value of AD is this one. After you print this one, weight in kilogram. Now the weight of this one, you print this one. So let's press enter and see. Oh, what is happening? You just press this. I didn't have this one, but instead I have the first one. Which one? I have this one. So what's happening? That means that I have to do something else. I didn't assign this value. This new value didn't run. So if I come here, I will run this one. I come here again, and I will run this one. So that means that Python is still taking the first one. It didn't take this one. Oh, I understand now. Here, you see here, I put here patient with D. But here, I put here patient with T. This is why I got this error. So be careful when you put your, when you assign your value. So you see here, I put here patient with D, but here at the top, I put patient with T. So let's come here and change this one. Just put T here. Now I will run it. If I come back now here, patient with T, I will run. Now it's good. I come here also, patient with T. Now if I run, now it's good. Now I can also see the type of my value. If I do this one, print, type, the type of what? Maybe if I put here now weight, I want to see the type of weight. If I press enter, you see it's a float. So this is a float. Also, I can also see the type of my patient AD. So if I copy this one, I'm a bit lazy, but I come here, I just change this one, type parentheses. I want to see the type of patients. I run this cell. You see, I have an error. When you are lazy, most of the time you have this kind of error. What is the error? Syntax error, incomplete input. You see, these small things, it show me where is the possible error. That means that when I come here, I didn't close the parentheses. So if I close this parenthesis now, you can see inside this parenthesis is in green. You can see the first parenthesis is in green also. It's fine. This second parenthesis is black. This is black also. So if I am here, you can see green, green. If I put my cursor here, you can see here green, green. That means that it's okay. So let's run this cell. So it's a strings. So in Python, we have 3 integers, as we are just see. We have here, you have the integer here. We have 3 variables. We have the integer, like this number. We also have the floating points, as here. We also have the string. The string as this one. The string, that means that you put character of letters or numbers inside a quote. This is how you define a string. So let's try to see the type of this one. If I copy this one, I want to see the type. Let's come here, print, type of what? Of this one. I press enter. You see, this int, class int, that means that is an integer. Also, you can directly do this one, print. Instead of putting this one, you just put here, maybe 10. You want to see the type of 10. You run this cell, you see, it's an integer. If I do the same thing, but now with this one, you see the floating point. Also, you can do the same for the string. Inside, I put a quote. Maybe I say here, good morning. I press enter. You see, it's a string. So you can define the thing as you want. You can see the type of your variable as you want. Maybe you can assign a value to a variable, or you can directly type the variable itself. The value itself to see it. So let's do this one. Maybe we have our weights in kg equal maybe 100. Now we define now our weight in pound, maybe equal 2 times 2.2. So we need to multiply by our weight in kg. Weight in kg. Now you can run prints. What do you want to print? We want to print our weight in kilogram and in kg. If I put here now, weight in kilogram, is, comma, now I put this weight, I put here, weight in kg, comma, and in pound. You see here, it's in green. That means that Python recognizes this one. If not, I need to put my code. Means that I want Python to print it as a character. So I will put it in code. And in pound is, now I'll put here weight in pound. So what should I want to print here? Print inside the screen. You see this one, weight in kilogram, because I put this string inside the code. And the Python weight, put it that as it is here. Now it will put the value of this one. Its value is 100. And after you write this one, and it's pound, and it's pounds, you write this value. Let's run this one. You see, weight in kilograms is 100, and in pound is this one. That means that all those things are written here. And now this one, Python will put the value of this variable. Also here, you see, everything in the string is written here. And now Python will write the value of this variable directly here. If you have a question, you can put it on the chat so we can do it. If you are still following. So now let's do these things. Maybe we want to do something a bit. Isaac, you have a syntax error. Maybe you write your syntax error on the chat. Write a syntax on the chat so we can see where is your error. Okay, maybe you can share your screen. So let me stop sharing. You share your screen and you will see where is your error. Let's share your screen and we will analyze your error together. That means that you have a typo. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine here. I can see. So you see here, syntax error, invalid syntax. Can you see the last one? Can you see the line in yellow? Print. Yeah, this line at the beginning. You can see this small one. Maybe you can say wait a bit. Isaac, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, I think the A, this A here.
Yeah, you didn't put it inside the code. Put it inside the code.
Okay.
Put it inside the code.
Is it the end?
Yeah, put the N inside the code. Now remove this second one. Yeah, remove it. Yeah. Now go at the beginning. You see, you put a curly bracket instead of parentheses. You need to put the parentheses there, not curly bracket.
Okay.
Put the parentheses. You close the parentheses also. No, run the cell 16. On cell 16.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Also, see here, you see where you close your parentheses is good. It's better to close your parentheses in the same line.
Okay.
So remove the space. Yeah, run it. Okay, it's fine. So maybe you can unsure your screen. So when you run your
Thank you.
script, sometimes you have an error. So just read your error and you everyone is following. As you are following, let's move on. I will just give a small exercise. I will just give a maybe you have this one. Any variable, any value here. I want to define this variable first. Second, equal. Now, grace. And now, hope. I need to put it under code because it's not the value, it's not real value, but it's string. So in Python, you write string inside code. Now, third, fourth. Now I'm put here second, first. You see here, this is a string, but I didn't put inside a code. Why? Because I already find them here. So they are already defined here in the first line. This is why I didn't put the code here, because I want the value of them. So the third line now, I want to print. Maybe I want to print the value of third. And fourth. And fourth. So who can give me the answer of this thing, of this one? Who can give me the result of print third and fourth in the chart? Without running it, who can tell me the answer? Without running it, who can tell me the answer? Don't cheat. Just write the answer in the chat. Grace Hope. Hope Grace. Another one. Hope Grace. Hope. Well, like it's just like you cheat. Okay, what does that mean? Let me explain first. First, second. That means that grace is the value of first, and now hope is the value of second. Now, the second line here, third and fourth. That means that second now is the value of third. Second is what? Second, the value of second is what? Is hope. Now, fourth is first. The value of first is what? Is grace. If I come here now, third, the value of third is what? Third. I come back here, is second. Second is what? Is hope. That means that we have hope as my first value. And now, fourth, the value of fourth is what? When I come back here, fourth is what? First. The value of first is what? Is grace. So if I run this one, I have hope and grace. So this is how it works. So you can change it as you want. Maybe if I print now, print, maybe first and fourth. The value of first is what? Is grace. The value of fourth is what? The value of fourth. Fourth is what? First. First is what? Grace. This is why you have this one. So be careful why you assign the value of things. So let's take another example. Maybe if I put here planets equal at apple equal 5. If I put now distance equal 10.5. Can someone give me the type of planets, apple, and distance on the chart? Can I have the value? Can I have the type of planets, apple, and distance? Okay, great. Polite. You are very interactive. Great. So if I run this one, now, if I put here to see the type. I just put here print type planet. I just copy all of this. Aaron, I have a scene. I do the same for Apple. I have an integer. If I do the same for distance, I have a floating point. Okay, great. So this is how you can see those things. So at this first course, we just see how to use variable, how to assign variable, how to print something. And also the last thing to do is how to comment in Python. To do a comment, just start your code with this one. It is hash. Print if I copy this one, I come here and I paste it. If I run this one, you see nothing happening because I said to Python that no, don't print the result of this one, but it's a comment. So to comment in Python, you can use this one, or you can also use a triple quote. Maybe I put this one, 1, 2, 3. Print. If I run, you see, it puts on the quote. Sometimes we use this one, this triple quote, when you want to print comment, a very long comment. This is why you print the triple quotes. But with this one, you can see the answer here. But with the hash, you cannot see the answer. But when you print the comment with the quote, you can see the answer. You can see the output. The same thing here. You see when I put a triple double quote, you see this one. When I put a simple the triple single quotes, you see this one, the same thing. Triple or single quotes is still the same thing. So now I will show you how maybe you can save this file. You can see here untitled. You can change this name. You can click here, save. If you click here, save, that means that you have saved whatsoever you just do here. You just did here. So it means that all these things is saved. That means that if I close this one, if I close this, it looks like my screen is freezing. I wanted to close this one and open it again, but it's freezing. Okay, it's fine. So now we are here. For those who are here, just come here on SWC Python. Just click on it. When you click on it, you can see all those things. You have code, data, and enter the Python. If I click on it, all my code are still there. You see all the code I just did is still there. Oh, sorry. So you can run all of these. You can just come here, restart the kernel if you want to run all of these. Or maybe you can come here. If you click on kernel, sorry, I didn't explain about all those things. If you come here, you click on file. You will see all those, make a copy. You can make a copy of this. You can save it. You can rename it. You can download it as to download. You can download it as a latex. a notebook, a PDF, or a Python. It depends on which format you want. Sometimes you can, if you download it as a notebook, you have this extension. As you can see here, if you go on the top here, you can see here the extension IPYNB. This is the extension of notebook or Jupyter notebook, IPython notebook. Also, if I came here, you can also say as a Python. If you click here Python, you will see it as a Python file. Also, we have here edit. You can edit the cell. You can see here to create a cell, Control X, Control C to copy a cell. So we can see here how we can edit your cell. You can also merge it, move it up and down. When you come here on view, you have this one. You come here on insert. You can insert a cell above or below. When you come on cell, you can see how you can do with the cell. Come on kernel. Also, we have widget. Also, help. On help, if you click here, Python reference, you will see more about Python. If you click here, you see more about IPython reference. You see more about NumPy, more about SciPy, and so on, Matplotlib. So if I click here, maybe Python reference, you see here a new tab. So you can see many things here. You can click here tutorial if you want to learn Python more, you want to learn library and so on. Let's close this one and go back. Just rename this one. You can rename this one. If you click on it, you will see here, you can rename it, maybe first Python program. You can rename it as you want. You just click here, just rename. You see now the name has changed. Also here, the name has changed. So you can rename it as you want. So now, let's begin a new one. How to process our clinical data. So to begin our process of our clinical data, we need to import some library like NumPy. NumPy stands for numerical Python. So this is a library that we use to analyze or to do the processing of your data. So to do it, you just come here, just write import NumPy. If you import NumPy, if you run this cell, it will take a bit of time. Now it's fine. So now, if I came here, I come here into data. Maybe I want to import. I want to work in this first file. How can I do it? The same thing you did with the shell. You can also do the same thing in Python, but with different language. Maybe now I put here NumPy because I already import NumPy.load. So I want to load now this file. Because this file is a TXT file. So I'll run here load txt inside bracket the name of the file. I just put here if name equal what's the name of my file. I'll come back here. The name of my file is what? Inflammation 01 CSV. So I just came here. I put inflammation 01 CSV. Now the delimiter, because inside the file is a text file, the delimiter here is a comma. So I put here delimiter equal, I put here a comma. That means that I want to load this file, inflammation 01 CSV, and the delimiter is the comma. If I run this one, I have an error. What is the error? Load txt. I have a typo error. Got an unexpected error. Argument delimiter. Oh, okay. Delimiter is a typo. Okay. If I run this one again, I also have another error. It's a bit. So I just come here, the last one. Find no found error, inflammation. So that means that I didn't find this file. How can I do it? When I go back again, I see this one, open pad with mode and return the file. I come back again. That means that I need to go inside this file to see. So if I write here, pwd, I run this one, you see where I am. I am on home. This is the home. This is my name, desktop. I am here. If I press here, ls, and I run, you see inside my ls, I have code, data, and my first file. But if I come back here, I see that my file is inside data. That means I need to move, I need to change my directory. I need to change my directory to go inside. How can I do to change my directory? I want to change my directory to go inside data. How can I do it? Can someone write it? Can someone write how to change the data? I want to go inside data. Oh, CD. Yeah, CD what? I want to be inside data. What can I do it? No, when you press CD, it's to move forward. So I'll do CD space. The name of my directory is what? Data. If I run this one, you see now I am inside my data. If I press again, pwd, sure, I run this cell. Now I am here. If I write ls, you see the content. Now I can see all my file. Now, that means that if I come back here and I copy this one, Control C to copy, and I come back here. Because now I am inside my data directory. I just copy this one and I run this one. I still have an error. Inflammation. Oh, maybe I didn't put it very well. So let's come here and copy this one. This is the file. Oh, I see the error. They say here, I put the extension here, CSV, instead of .csv. Because if you come here, you see here, .csv. So this is why I got my error. So let's come back here and change. So I come here, I put here .csv. Let's run it. Oh, now it's fine. You see where was my error now? Because I didn't put the extension. So most of the time when you run your program, you will see an error. I need to read the error to see how to do it. So I import my library NumPy. So now this load txt, that means that I want to, it's a function that I loaded this function, this file information. You see here, f name equal this one. That is the name of my function, the name of my file, which is y. So this f name stands for file name, is this one, and the delimiter is this one. You see here the answer array. Here I have 00111. So the line this one are the number of patients, and the column is the date, the week of the day. So maybe I can do another way. If I put here, maybe data equal, I just come here and I'll copy this one. I just paste it here. That means that to my variable data, I assign this one. If I run this, nothing will happen. But now, if I want to print my variable, I just print here data. If I have this, now it's the same thing like this one. If I want to see the type of my data, I can also do the same. I come here, I copy this one. I came here, I paste it. Now I need to change. I need to see the data of it. If I put here data, I close parentheses. You see, when I'm here, this green parenthesis is highlighted. If I am here, this other one is highlighted. That means that it's fine. Now, if I run it, you see, the output is what? Class NumPy n dimension array. That means that this is the array with n dimension. So this is how you can see the type of your data. Another way to see, I want to see, now this is the type of my data. I want to see also inside it, because I have also that this is an array. Now, what is inside array? To see what is inside array also, I need to print here, print data type. That means I want to see the type of my data. I put here the type. If I put here like this one, if I run this one, you see, the type of my data they are floating point number. I can also see the shape of my data. To see the shape, I write here, print data.shape. If I run this one, you see, I have here 16 and 40. This 16 means that I have 60 row. Also here, I have 40 columns. When you come back here, you see here, dash, dash, dash. That means that there are many things inside that Python you cannot write. You can also see here, there are many columns Python cannot write. Also here, you see dot, dot, dot. That means that there are many lines here that Python cannot write. This is why at the end, you can see that I have 60 row and 40 column. Maybe I want to see my first data. the first value of my data. I can just come here, just write print. Inside print, maybe I write first value in data. I put here data, open the bracket, 0, 0. What does that mean? This data bracket 00 means that I want to see the value of the first row and the first column. In Python, we don't start with the index start with 0. So be careful when you put your indexes. So I want to see the first row, my data. So if I run this one, you see the first value in data is 00. Maybe if I put here, my first value in data is, if I run this one, is 00. If you come back here, you see here, the first line, the first value is 00. Maybe we want to see the middle value of it. So we run here, print. The middle of, when you see here, 16 line, 16 row and 40 column. That means that it starts from 0 to 59. Also here, for the column, start from 0 to 39 column. This is why you have 40, because you start with 0, not 1. So maybe here, if I want to print the middle value of my data, I'll put here middle value in data is, I put my comma, data. The middle of this one is what? 29. The middle of the other one is 19. If I press enter, you will see this value. Maybe I can share something with you here. Maybe I can share something with you here. This is how Python read. You have here the first one. First row. First column. You see here 0 means that is the first row, first column. Here, this is second row, first column. Third row, first column. This is how it works. So if I put here maybe data 00 means I want to see the first row and the first column is A. If I come here, the last one, 2 means that I want to see the second line and the second column. I come here, 0, 1, 2, second line, 0, 1, 2, second column. You are I. If you come here, first line, second line, second row, first column is D. You come here, second line, second row, first column. E is what? Is the second line, second row, second column. F is what? Is the second row, third column. If you don't understand, just let us know, so we can help. So this one in Python is called slicing. Slicing means that you can take a small part or a big part, one line or many lines. It depends on whatsoever you want. So now, imagine I want to do this one, maybe print. I want to print maybe data. If I put here 3, 9, means that I want the third column, the third row, and 9 column. If I press enter, this is the value. This first one is a line, and the second one is this one is a row, and this one is a column. I just want to pick one value, but I can also take a number, a range. Like if I come here, I copy this one again, but now in the row, I want to start, maybe take the first row and the third column. I come here also, I put here 0. What does that mean? That means that I want to take the first row and this number minus 1. Means that here I will take row 0 to 2. And for column, I will take 0 to 8. 0 to 3. 3 is not included. That means I will take 0 to 2. And here, 0 to 9 means that I will take 0 until, but not included 9. This is how it works. So you can see here, I take first row, second row, and third row. But this here is row 0, row 2, and row 3. For the column, the same thing. This is column 0. If you count 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0 to 8. This is what I wrote here. Fine. So when you write this one, that means that I want to take row from 0 to the last number minus 1. For the column, from 0, the last number minus 1. If I put here now, maybe I want to write the same thing. But here, now I put maybe 2. Here, I put maybe 5. That means that I want to take row 2. No, maybe just put here 1. So now I want to exclude row 0, take from row 1 to 2, and here take from row 5 to 8. So here, if I want to explain this one, so here I take row from 1 to 2, and here from 5 to 8. If I run this one, you can see my answer. So another way to do it is how? Maybe if you want to take a small one, you can put here small equal data slices from 0 to 3. When you don't put anything at the beginning, that means that at the starting point. So here, I can put here 0 or I can remove it. Also, for the column, I want to start from 36 until the end. I can put here 36 to 40. But if I don't want to put if you don't know, you can just remove it. So when it's like this, that means that the column is from 36 until the end. And for the row, if you don't put anything at the beginning, that means that from the beginning until T-1. So here, if you want to do the same thing here, that means that from 1 I just want to copy this one, Control C, I come here, I just paste. So that means that here is from 0 to 2. Also for the column from 36 until the end. If I run this one, you see, nothing happened. Why? Because I assign this value to this variable, small. If I want to see the content of this one, I don't need to put here, print, small. What's happening? I have an error. It's not a big deal. When you have an error, try to read the error to see what's happening. The kind of error is what? Name error, name pin is not defined. Instead of putting print, I put pin. So I just come back here, just put my R. My error is fixed. So this is what is helpful with Python, with the programming language. With Python, when you have an error, you can see where there is the error. So what happened now if I want to see the mean of my data? Because with NumPy, you can do many operations. You can do the mean, the standard deviation. You can do many arithmetic operations that you want. So if I want to see the mean of my data, I can just come here and say print NumPy. Print. I open the parentheses. NumPy dot mean. I open the parentheses data. That means that I want to see the mean of data. If I press enter, you see the mean of my data is this one. Also, you can import time. If I want to see the time which is doing now, I can import time. Just press import time. Now, if I want to print time dot see time. If I run this cell, you can see the time happening now. Also, if I want to see maybe the minimum value, the maximum value, and the mean value of my data, I can do it like this one. Maybe I can put here max numpy dot amax. So amax is a function used to see the maximum value of your data. So if I put now print max val, that means I want to print the maximum value. You see, the maximum value is 20. This value, I can do it in one line. If I do this one, max val, maybe now the minimum value. Also, I want to see the standard deviation value. I put here std val equal numpy. So my first value will be the maximum value, max data. My second value will be the minimum value. And my third value will be the standard deviation. Now, to print them, I just put here print maximum value or maximum as we are dealing with information data. Maximum information is, we put here max eval. I do the same thing also for the minimum value and the standard deviation value. Now I come here, just change here. The minimum value is what? Is min val, and now the standard deviation is what? STD val. If I print, I have an error. What the error? Name error. Name max server is not defined. Because here is the one there is error. Max server, the second line. I come here, I remove it because it's not defined. This is where I have my error. If I run again, you see my maximum value is 20, my minimum value is 0, and the standard deviation is 4.6. So this is how you can see the also you can see help, maybe numpy. If I tap here help numpy, you will see the help in numpy. How you can use your this is how you can see your numpy. So when you read it, you will see all the operation you can use with numpy. all the other function we can use with NumPy. So now, if I put here, maybe NumPy dot, if I put now, if I press the tab, if I press the tab keyboard in my keyboard, if I the tab key, you can see here, I can have the absolute add. You can see every other function that I can use with NumPy. So you just use few of them. You just use few of them. We use Amy. We use this one. Emax, Amy. This is what we use until here. Also the standard deviation, STD. If I go down, you see the standard deviation. I use one. So you can see here how to see everything that can be useful with NumPy. I think we can stop from here and we'll continue tomorrow, because for a schedule is 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So I think we can stop from here and start and continue tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start. We will continue. I don't know if I will be available tomorrow, but maybe Kota will continue. I'm not sure if I'm available tomorrow. So thank you so much. If you have some question of what we have just done, maybe you can let us know so we can fix the error before tomorrow. Let me stop sharing. If you have questions to what you just done, just let us know so I can